Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One more test, Dave, just for you.
Recording in progress.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for participating in this Tuesday, October 7th, 2025's regular city council meeting for City of Marina. Can I have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember McAdams.
Here.
Councilmember Biella.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer. Mayor Delgado.
Here. And I think Mayor Pro Tem
And-
Vischer is in the house somewhere.
She is. Did I get Kathy? Councilmember Biella.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and go slow, get started, give Elizabeth a chance to catch up to us. But we're about to go into closed session. And before we do that, if anyone has any comments here in person or in line, we'll go to the people in person first, and then we'll go online to the remote folks. Step up to the podium, please, if you'd like to speak.
Good evening, esteemed Mayor and City Council. I'm Steve Lee, a resident of Marina and volunteer with Sustainable Marina. As you expect, I'm here to speak about the item on the closed session regarding Lockpadden Park. We urge the city to work with the Park District to resolve the historic issues surrounding the management and maintenance of Lockpadden Park. Several projects that have recently been approved by the City Council, such as the Food Forest and Asian American Garden, are on
Point of
hold
order, Mr. Mayor.
while these issues are outstanding.
One moment, please. Point of order. Do we want to give some general guidance on what's actually on the agenda, which is price in terms of payment?
Sure. Let's hold on for just a moment. Our City Attorney Renee, can you give price and term explanation?
Sure. So price in terms of payment, I think this is general public comment. I think in general, I think if they refer to the Lockpadden, I think without disclosing what's going to be discussed in closed session, typically it's only limited to price in terms of payment. That is, what would the city be paying for and what would it be getting in return? Right. So if you can limit, I guess, your comments to Lockpadden and within the context of the price in terms of payment.
And can you explain price and terms? Is it only dollars and cents, or is it something else?
No, it could be commitments made that actually cost money. So for example, maintenance cost or implementation of certain projects that may have a dollar figure attached to them.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry for the interruption. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Okay, I'll proceed with what I was going to say. If it's out of order, then let me know, but I'll continue. It does relate, I think, to projects and what may be done in the future. Okay, so there is a clear public desire to address the appearance of the wetland area. This will be a long process requiring the approval and no doubt expense of several agencies, but this can't even be started. We need to clarify the status of existing projects, including the MLK statue and lawn, the Oak Woodland Community Garden beds, the Kindness Rocks, nursery beds, pathway and seating. The iconic cypress trees need attention to ensure they will survive and not be a hazard to people or nature, which will cost money. Numerous groups, including Sustainable Marina, Friends of Marina Parks, Save the Whales, Marina Public Works, and not least numerous individuals have worked continuously to remove trash from the park, including the wetland areas. This is despite challenges from the unhoused and incontinent. Similarly, groups have obtained permits to remove invasive weeds from around the park, including the ill-defined mitigation area, a task neglected for years by the city and Park District. So please progress these discussions and reach a resolution as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and City Manager, Mr. Lino. Thank you. I'm really grateful that we have, such leaders in the, city. And as you know, the Marina is one of the fast growing city in the county. So I really appreciate that what you're doing for the city. Thank you. I'm here for the support of Asian Garden. I contact some of my friends and here in the city and the county, many people support this for the Asian American Garden. So this is a very unique, garden that which will benefit all the people in the city and county. So I know we had several meetings before, like council meeting and park district meeting. I think we made some progress, but still is far away from getting done this. So hopefully city will make a right decision for the people, and we are very confident that nature and people can share the land and space, so we can make a nice harmony for a region, park. So uh, uh, I'm gonna look at some of these. Uh, and then also this garden will bring like a lot of visitors from outsiders, and the people come to Marina. They have one more reason for visiting the Marina, city of Marina, and also the you know in the Marina City we have many different people that include about a big number of Asian population, and also we can have having this garden will make a unity for people. They see this country has some, as you know, there's a little problem with the divisions and stuff. So I think a garden will bring overcome all those difficult like divisions and stuff. So I hope a city will make a right decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Young-Soo.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Valine Moreno. This is my family, Jasper, Lucia, and Kelly, and we're here to talk about the Marina City Children's Garden, which is something that families just like mine dream about every weekend when we go and turn over logs looking for worms in Loch Padden Park. When we go to Loch Padden Park on Saturdays or Sundays and we're just playing in the garden or we're at the library, and especially during Dad's Read, which happens once a month at Loch Padden Park, we absolutely love. I have so many friends that I've met in this space, and we all have this common idea about having a space for children in the garden, there where they can get dirty, they can play, they can experiment, they can plant and grow, and we do a lot of weeding in the garden right now and all around. But I think that making a space for the kids in the garden and at Loch Padden Park would not just bring the families together and get kids outside. Right now we're really struggling as a society with kids being inside, with kids being on devices. And I think that creating a children's garden is one great pathway for families to get another space in this amazing park, which we love so much, which I grew up in Marina, actually on Carmel Avenue. And when I was a kid, that was just like the duck pond where you go and you feed the ducks, right? And that was it. there's nothing else you do there. But now I brought my family back here to Marina where we're living. And now you can hike around the park. You can go and you can garden. You can go to the library. You can play at the playground. And it just has so much potential and space. And it's like the perfect space for a children's garden. Now, the closest children's garden we can get to right now is in Pacific Grove. And that's only open to families at certain points in time. And so when we're there, going to the butterfly garden or going to the children's garden PG, we're like, man, we want something like this in Marina. This would be amazing to have in Marina where kids can go into a space. Lucia, you want to say something about the children's garden?
The children's garden is have worms in it.
It has worms in it. Do you want to say anything, Kelly? We have 30 more seconds.
No, well said.
Thank you. Thank you. So please consider the children's garden as something that Marina supports because I think it would be wonderful for families, especially families like mine. Somebody like me, I grew up in Marina. I just see it as a potential space where lots of diverse families can come together in the spirit of getting dirty and being in nature. That's right, Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Julia and Kelly and Marlene and Jasper.
Good evening, Mayor, City Member, and City Manager. Whatever you discuss in closed section about Lock Park, I respectfully ask that the Regional Park District give Marina full authority to move forward with own city projects on lot number 43, including the food forest, the children garden, and the Asian American garden. This will allow our city to follow its normal process, planning, public input, and environment review. This project is belong to all communities. The Asian American garden is especially meaningful to me. It would be the first of its kind in Monterey County, a place learning, beauty, honoring the immigration stories and contribution of 5 major Asian communities in our region. Please negotiate in a way that protects Marina's ability to make its own decision so we can move ahead with communities and legacy projects that tell the story of who we are and what we value. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening. My name is Sugyong Ba. I just come from, I want to just share to my son's opinion, even I'm just speaking today. Okay, my 17 years old son couldn't be here tonight because he's football practice every day at the school. But he wanted me to share his thoughts regarding Asian American garden. He visited Japanese garden in San Francisco, and he was deeply moved by its beauty and peaceful atmosphere. That garden is more than just a park. It's one of San Francisco's most beloved tourist sites, helping to promote the city image and attract visitors from around the world. When he heard that an Asian American garden might be built at Lock Park, he was thrilled and shared the news with his friend and the school or his football team, many of whom are now excited and support as well. Also, he just joined the post and then showing all the school. He often said Salinas is known for agriculture. Pebble Beach are worldwide tourism. Monterey for arts and coastal heritage. Seaside and Marina share that same forward history and the cultural diversity, but still lack of a true landmark that define its identity and bring people together. This Asian American Garden project can become that landmark, attracting visitors, boosting our local economic, and offering residents a place to connect through nature and culture. It will also give young people opportunity volunteer, also kids playing, and learn about the shared history and environment. Please continue support building the Asian American Garden at Lockport Park, so that Marina can shine and then vibrate, unified, and proud of a city. Everybody know the Pebble Beach, right? Maybe later than everybody know the Marina. Thank you for listening, and for considering voice for our youth opinion.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Wow.
Destroying and then sharing this school.
Please send that.
Next time.
Good afternoon, City Council persons, Mayor Delgado, City Manager and staff. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff Markham. I'm a Marina resident. I'm also the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District Board 1 Director. A lot of people from Marina, some members of this dais have come to the MPRPD board meetings, and we'd like to thank you very much for your participation. It's always nice to have people recognize faces and learn names much better than an email. So I thought I'd come and share a little bit of that love back here tonight too. I'd like to remind us what the purpose of this park really is. And it's really quite a remarkable park. It was envisioned back in 1986 and 1987 by the Coastal Conservancy, the City of Marina, and the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District to build around what was a vernal pond and was kind of isolated, and to actually build it out and to become a city park. And I think, you know, we were successful over many years of acquiring the parcels, either through grants or through outright purchase. And so I want to remind us that we pulled off something really remarkable, in my opinion, that it even exists. And so we should, you know, continue to honor that stewardship that we have. I'd like to also talk to the public a little bit, and I've expressed this prior, about how slow this process has been. If you'll remember, we had our first joint meeting back in April, and here we are almost 6 months later, and we're just starting right now. But we had a lot of foundational work to do to understand the history of the park that we didn't really fully understand. We had to bring our new general manager on board, and he's fully on board and very much up to speed. I spoke with him earlier, and I know he spoke with City Manager Long earlier yesterday, I believe. So that process is happening, and I think, you know, it's going to be another slow process. We've got a lot of work to do to work through the various stuff, but I want to express that we are very hopeful that a very cooperative arrangement can be fashioned again. And I think you're going to be seeing a first couple of things from the Park District, a lease agreement and things like that. That probably won't be a surprise to you in terms of its purpose. But we really need to get sort of a toehold to start working, and we can either admire it or we can start making progress. And so I'm encouraging all of us to work as expediently as we can. I think also, just to think about it, I know this isn't really on the agenda tonight, but to also think about when would be an appropriate time to have another joint meeting so that we can discuss this in public with everybody, because it's been sort of a closed process because so much of it has been behind closed session agendas and such. So anyway, good luck. We're looking forward to working with you more closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else in person? Okay, let's go online. It's okay. Come on up.
My name is Mark Melendez. I live in 185 Lindy Circle, right next to the Legion. I walk my dog all the time over in the park. I work on Saturdays with them, with the CS4M group, and I really enjoy it. It's very, I don't know, relaxing to say the least. But I wonder why this has not moved forward. I mean, we will do whatever needs to be done to make sure we can have some progress. This is voted on, it was approved, and I'm still a little bit boggled about why we're having so much of this stopping going on. I think we should, if you need something from the CS4M group, I mean, you have to ask and we will do that. Whatever needs to be done, let's put it on the table and take care of it. Because we want to be a cooperative community member to whatever this has been voted on to make it happen. And I myself personally, when I think about the Martin Luther King statue when it went up, that to me was a very transformational moment. And as many of those moments as we can have is gonna make this community better. And this would be even considering, if you just want to talk raw numbers in terms of the number of the Asian community versus, the African-American community, this should be like a no-go as far as even a discussion. It's like, duh, let's do it. And I think the track record on these kind of things is clear. So let's make sure we do our best to move forward with this. And as far as CS4M, I'm just one member that goes out there and hangs out, but whatever you need, let's get it. We will take care of it and we will provide it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Anyone else in person that would like to speak? Okay, let's go online to Amelia F. Welcome, Amelia.
Thank you. My name is Amelia Forstel. I am 14 years old. I'm a resident of Marina, and I'm currently working on becoming an Eagle Scout. I would like to comment on my proposed Eagle project, which is the food forest. I believe that the food forest would be very beneficial for the community because it helps with food security, educating people on how to grow food, and it's just good for the community in general as it will encourage people to spend more time outside. I need to find land to do it on. Currently, as I was previously hoping to do at the Oak Woodland Park, but that did not work out. So I am proposing to do it on city land next to the library in the same area as I believe the Children's Garden has been proposed to do on. But I still need approval as I have not been able to get approval yet, even though it's been a while. So I'm hoping to work with the city to do my project as soon as possible, as we have already bought all of the plants that we require, and also I have all of the plans ready. So I ask that you would please consider approving my project so that I can start working on it soon, as I would really love to do this for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. Let's go to Liz Jarity. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
I apologize, that's an error.
Okay, we can hear you. Did you not want to speak?
No, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no problem. All right. Anyone else wish to speak? Not seeing any hands up. Come forward.
Hello, Marina City Government. My name's Cleve J. Waters. I just purchased a house in Marina on Lake Drive, and just wanted to express my support for the garden. Just keep it short and sweet. But not a lot to do out here in Marina, but I'm learning. This would be a great addition. And thank you.
Thank you, Cleve. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And as usual, we will go to closed session, come back here as close as 6:30. Our city attorney might have some parting words.
Yes, there are no changes to the closed session agenda.
Okay, see everyone back here as close to 6:30 as we can make it. Thank you, everybody.
Yes.
Recording stopped.
60 seconds, if that's all right with everybody. We're going to learn a lot tonight about roundabouts. and
Recording in
buses.
progress.
All right, welcome back to the October 7th, 2025 regular city council meeting for City Marina. We've just come back from closed session, and as is our practice, our city attorney will summarize that closed session for us. Thank you.
Yes, council took no reportable action with respect to items 4A and 4B.
4C, if we have time tonight, we'll get to it after the open session if we end here before 9:30, which we expect to do. All right, so at this time, Carl, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Let's stand for a moment of silence, and then Carl will lead us in the pledge. Thank you for being a good sport, Carl. As always. I missed your Christmas hat, though. MST is going to give a presentation in a couple items here, but first we're going to have a presentation on the fire prevention open house coming up, and I assume our fire chief's going to walk us through that. Doug McCowan, our fire chief, he retired a couple years ago, but he couldn't sit still, so we rehired him as our fire chief. So now he's our acting fire chief, working to replace himself. It's complicated, right? But he's also our IT expert. So he's kind of like Shohei Ohtani. He does IT and he does fire department chiefing. He also races cars. His dad raced cars. His brother races cars. He races cars. He is in the NASCAR Hall of Fame. Randy, did you know that Doug is in the NASCAR Hall of Fame? You did know that. And did you know Dan Paulini? He used to be our chief building official, and then he retired. And he couldn't sit still. So he's back now, and he's our acting chief building official. Do you see a pattern here? So when Randy leaves, he won't really have left because we know he's going to come back. Absolutely. And Guido has a long list of projects he refuses to retire before he's finished with. What's on your bucket list of a career, Guido, here at the City of Marina? What do you got to do left?
Ever serves you.
Isn't he a keeper? He's a keeper. So while we're waiting for our fire chief to finish doing what he needs to do, Shep, our city clerk, is going to do a song and dance. Shep, take it away. She is a karaoke maniac. She does hip hop like you would not believe in karaoke.
Oh, and Mayor, when she retires, she wants a really big party.
Aha. She is a glutton for attention, spotlight. She's threatening to quit right now. Now, Anita's claim to fame is that she won the lottery. She's not working here for money. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and I apologize for the delay. So yes, tonight we're talking about open house, and Marina, she prepared a presentation and she's going to go ahead and give the presentation. Thank you.
Welcome, Marina. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Thank you for having me. So one of our firefighters, she's amazing. Athena Such is actually presenting most of the open house. She curated everything and I'm just helping her because this is my first open house. So it's going to be October 14th from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. at 208 Palm Avenue, which is our fire engine bay. And it's all ages. It's free to come. We want everybody to be there. So everybody is welcome. So what's to be expected? So we have our agenda. We have our open house begins at 4 p.m. We have a lithium battery safety demonstration happening because the theme this year is charge into safety, lithium ion batteries in your home. They are very dangerous, especially so I want to give that demonstration. We have a turnout drill competition. So I think that'll be fun to have people come in, try on putting on turnouts and like see how fast the firefighters actually have to do it versus like how fast someone else can do it. Then we have a hula dance, and then we have our safety again. And then we have a lot of, we have 3 food vendors coming. We have a new one, the food truck Double O Dough. He's going to be presenting with his pizzas. We have Cheesecake Dreamations and Tacos de Pacheco. And then we'll also have like light snacks and water to present as well. All right, and we got a surplus of sponsors to help us with this event. We couldn't have done it without them. We did our sponsor tier list with the chief sponsor, which is Green Waste. They contributed the most, and we are very thankful for them. And then we have our captain sponsors, which is the Marina Foundation, Serve Pro, our local union, 2530, and then the Monterey DJ, who has been with us for many years and does everything for free. And he's an incredible DJ. Then we have our firefighter sponsors, Brass Tap and Noodle Bar. And then our community partners. Yeah. And then it is also Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So the firefighter Athena Such, she makes the shirts as well as helping the community. And she, I put a link down there to donate for the breast cancer awareness for Monterey County. We are selling shirts. We will be selling them at the event as well. And by tomorrow morning, she should have a link to buy more shirts from the foundation and just to help out. And it says Marina Fire on them and for breast cancer awareness. And we're excited to see everybody there.
Thank you, Marina.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
And we're really inviting everybody, and we hope to see everybody out there. It's really a fun event for the community and the families. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, now we're gonna.
Great question, Mr. Mayor, if I can. I went to buy a shirt, I think yesterday or the day before, but the website didn't seem to be working. Are they just working on that, fixing that, or?
So it's fundraiser based. She's fixing to work that because it's going to be, it's week long on purchasing. So that week closed. So she's going to work on it to be extended to a week after the open house ends.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, so we're going to go to a roundabout presentation.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you hear me okay?
Yes, Esri, good evening.
Good evening. I will share my screen. This presentation is brought to you by our traffic engineers and design engineers for Imjin Parkway, Kimley Horn, but I will be sharing that presentation. So for the last month, just about, we've been having pretty good success with the single lane roundabout configuration. We will continue with this configuration all the way through the months of October and into November. Most likely, weather permitting, we'll be striping sometime in the Thanksgiving timeframe. But until then, we want to make sure that the public has informational diagrams and videos to follow and to click on. We're going to have this up online at the city website and the project website to make sure everyone feels comfortable about these multi-lane roundabouts. There are, sounds like a lot, but there are 7 steps into navigating any type of roundabout, but specifically these multi-lane. The first, of course, you want to slow down. You want to see everything coming at you, all the bicyclists, all the pedestrians. Just understand where you want to be as you approach the roundabout. The second, of course, is then choosing the correct lane. We're going to go over what that means and how best to do that. But in essence, you follow the striping on the ground and the signage on the signs on the side, and we'll go over again how best you can choose the correct lane for what you would like to do. As you get closer to the roundabout, you're going to see pedestrians crossing, bicyclists crossing at specific areas. We have high visual crosswalks and we'll have signage with lights that will give us give motorists an understanding of where bicyclists are coming from, and hopefully help them react in time for these oncoming pedestrians and bicyclists. Finally, as they pass the crosswalk, you will always yield to vehicles within the roundabout. It's probably the biggest key to take away from this. Always yield to vehicles inside the roundabout. As you're into the roundabout, make sure you stay in the lane that you chose. And we're going to get into, again, which directions you are able to go to with that, in whichever lane that you're in. Finally, as you exit the roundabout, you want to make sure that you're looking around, making sure that you're not going to run into any pedestrians, bicyclists, and understand as you're leaving the roundabout where you're supposed to be going and where you're supposed to be looking for. Now we're going to show a couple of animations. So this next animation, there's going to be an orange vehicle, and it will show exactly how you would navigate through a multi-lane roundabout. So you can notice here, if you fix your eyes, for instance, on the left side, on vehicle 69, you will see how they come in on the left lane, and they can navigate all the way through. Same thing on the right lane. If you focus on vehicle 54, you could see them yielding for cars inside the roundabout and then going right through. So both lanes entering roundabouts will allow you to go through the roundabout on Imjin Parkway. Those are the through movements. Now, as you approach any type of intersection that's not a roundabout, you normally pick the lane that you would like to turn towards. So for instance, if you're approaching an intersection, you want to turn right, you choose the right lane. If you want to turn left, you choose the left lane. The same thing with a roundabout with multi-lanes. So notice on the left, vehicle 23, they would like to make a left turn. So approaching the roundabout, they're in the left turn lane. And you could see the movement as they go through the roundabout, just like they would enter into any other intersection. Same thing if you make a right turn. On the right side, if you look at vehicle 33, they're on the right-hand lane, and they could easily make the right turn. Now, some things you don't want to do in a multi-lane roundabout. Same thing as you would not want to do in any roundabout or any intersection. For instance, you would not want to turn in the incorrect lane. So you would most likely think, I'm in the left lane, I'm not going to make a right-hand turn. And same thing if you're on the right lane, most likely you're not going to make a left-hand turn. And so that's why we have the signage and the markings on the ground to prevent us from making the wrong turn in the wrong lane. Another thing you don't want to do, of course, is change lanes in an intersection. You don't want to do that in a regular intersection, and you definitely don't want to do that in a multi-lane roundabout. So those are just basic examples, but now let's look at specifically our roundabouts on Imjin Parkway. The first one we're going to look at is the most complicated one because it has the most approaches, and that's the Abrams Drive roundabout. So first, let's look at the approach on the blue. We're going to go through those 7 steps. The first step, if you're that blue car, you're going to slow down and make sure you're in the correct lane. The second step is choosing the right lane based on the markings on the ground and the signs that you see. You're going to pause for pedestrians before you get to the pedestrian crosswalk. And after you pass the crosswalk, you're going to be yielding to vehicles already in the roundabout. Now, as they enter the roundabout, they already understand which direction they want to go. And because they're on the right lane, you're going to either make a right turn or go straight through. And as they're exiting the roundabout, they're cautious for pedestrians that may be crossing at that time. Same thing with making a left turn. They would do all the same thing that you would making the right turn as well. Now let's look at Engine Road. It's a little bit simpler because we only have 3 legs. Again, approaching Engine Road from Highway 1, we're going to slow down, look for pedestrians, choose the correct lane, yield to vehicles inside the roundabout. As we're entering the roundabout, we understand which direction we're going to go. And as we exit the roundabout, we know which direction and we look for pedestrians. Same thing for the left turn movements. We do exactly the same procedure. For Marina Heights Drive, it's the exact same procedure. Again, slowing down, choosing the right lane, looking for pedestrians. We're going to yield. Actually, we don't have pedestrians at Marina Heights Drive. We have pedestrians as we leave the roundabout. As we enter the roundabout, we understand the direction we want to go, and we exit. The only difference, of course, for the left turn is we would pause for pedestrians as we see them. Finally, at Preston Park, we would make all the same movements, whether we want to go through or make the left turn. Always slow down, choose the right lane, yield to cars inside the roundabout, and as we enter, we understand already which direction we want to go. And as we exit the roundabout, we look for pedestrians. Now we have a short video that talks about navigating for pedestrians and bicyclists, and hopefully the audio works, and please let me know if it doesn't.
We build roundabouts in populated areas. We designed them with bikes and pedestrians in mind. Things that can increase safety, like crosswalks. But also these raised medians at each entrance that allow pedestrians to pause in the middle, if needed, to cross one section of the road at a time. And of course, vehicles yield to pedestrians from both directions, which they should be doing everywhere, by the way. If you're on a bike, you have 2 options at a roundabout. Follow the pedestrian path. This is safer, and, well, most of us should do it this way. Or advanced riders might want to stay on the road. Just keep in mind that roundabouts don't really have shoulders because of all the entering and exiting. So if you are on the road, make sure to occupy the entire lane like a car. But most of us, whether on bike or on foot, should stick to the crosswalks.
All right. So that's most of the navigating that you're going to be doing through these roundabouts. We could have question and answer sessions if you would like to come to the Public Works Department at 209 Cypress Avenue. We would love to walk you through these diagrams. Again, we're going to have this video and this presentation online, both at the city website and the project's website. And the printed version is should be available in your agenda.
Thank you very much, Edry, and thanks to Kimley Horn. And thank you, aside from the presentation, for everything you're doing to provide some oversight with the contractors on this project, this large Imjin Parkway project. Thank you, Edry. Okay, so questions and comments will go to Edry, offline. Councilmember McCarthy, did you have something input here?
Yeah, just a quick question for city manager and maybe police chief. We had talked a lot about the need for increased patrol presence to enforce these kind of roundabout crosswalks. Are we ready to go with that presence when Imjin opens up, or?
I'll default to the chief on that. Thank you.
And our police chief is Randy Hopkins. Thank you, Randy.
My pleasure. And then also in spirit of Breast Cancer Month, we also are wearing our patch and chevrons. Just wanted to follow up with the fire department. they're always great leaders. So. But to answer your question, yes, we are ready now that the traffic study was approved. Our individuals, officers for radar qualification and enforcement were able to do that. And we will obviously won't be able to stay out there 100%, but obviously we will have a presence. And we're excited about making sure that everyone is obeying the rules. We've seen and heard multiple complaints of people just in the roundabouts that we currently have, not paying attention or yielding to the vehicles already in the circle or to their left when they're approaching that area. So our presence will be critical, and we're up and ready for that task.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Member McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I'm curious if the crosswalks have flashing lights or some sort of like beaker light or something, a strip.
Edry, are you still with us? Question about
Yes.
crosslight flashers.
We have button activated crosswalks.
Great, thank you.
And Edry and Police Chief Randy Hopkins, so far that the roundabout's been open for maybe about a month, how are they doing? Are we having a lot of accidents or very minimal or zero?
I can get the stat, but I am aware of one that occurred probably about a week or so ago. It was a DUI driver hit it, and I think we're in the process of repairing that. But that's the only one that I'm aware of offhand. But I can look at our stats.
Severity, was it a side swipe or?
Yeah, it was a side swipe.
Okay. And Edry, as far as you know, how's it going with the driver's compliance with the negotiation of roundabouts?
The first couple of days were a lot slower. People were approaching it very carefully. Traffic now, as you could see online, we have live camera feeds on the project website. People are navigating it like it's always been there.
All right. Thank you, Adri. Thank you, Chief. Okay, we're going to go to council and staff reports. I'm going to turn it over first to the, Imjin Road Roundabout Artwork presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Bianca Koenig is our landscape architect on that, and just give you a sense of what went on. As part of the Imjin Parkway project, putting sculptures or designs in the roundabout was an important part of that. And we brought in Bianca because she just does an amazing job of the actual artwork. And so she's been working with our team on the artwork. We actually brought these designs to our Recreation and Cultural Services Commission, and Councilmember McAdams was there, and we had great feedback from our commissioners. And so Bianca took this feedback back, and this is the final artwork that will be going into the roundabouts, and it's pretty amazing. So we'll turn it over to Bianca from there.
Thank you and welcome, Bianca.
Thank you. Good evening, council and members of the community. Let's see, I'm going to share screen. Can you hear me okay and see the slides? The first slide?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm Bianca Koenig with VEK Collective, and I'm just so excited to share what our team of artists, empaths, and creators have had the deep honor and pleasure to create for you. To focus on the artwork, I will turn my camera off during the presentation. It's happening in Marina. Everything, everywhere, all at once. Over the years, we've heard countless stories and examples of what people love about this city. The Imjin Parkway project allows us to highlight and celebrate almost all of those things. Through our city outreach activities, we found there are 4 key themes: nature, recreation, cultural diversity, and military history. Well, it just so happens that the Imjin Parkway project has 4 roundabouts. Starting on the left or west side at Imjin Road, a primary gateway to CSUMB, we're cheering for the otters with the nature theme. At Marina Heights Drive, recreation is highlighted near a future city park. At Abrams Drive, the only roundabout from our series that has 4 entry points and facilitates a 360-degree view, is where we have cultural diversity. And at Preston, military history is recognized as a gateway from the East. As you know, the Imjin Parkway project is nearly complete. And when you slow down as you approach the roundabout, you may have also noticed the large concrete platforms that are dotted through the middle of the roundabouts. There are about 7 to 9 of them in each island. These are the concrete pads or footings that were part of preliminary planning and approvals for a total of 32 custom art panels. We're using these 32 opportunities to celebrate what people love about Marina. Kicking off with nature and stewardship and joy. The panels come in 3 sizes: 12 feet tall, 8 feet tall, and 10 feet tall. For nature, we started with stewardship of natural habitats from the oak woodlands to the ocean. Then, with direction from the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission, we were reminded that we could also bring joy, with the addition of wild turkeys and regularly spotted wildlife. We also have the snowy plover with their precious eggs for the Snowy Plover City. Go otters and their kelp forest habitat greets CSUMB at Imjin Road. During our outreach, folks had shared memories like jogging to Marina State Beach and being blessed with an amazing whale watching experience, and simply birds on the beach as some of their favorite things about the city. At the intersection of Marina Heights Drive, we have connection and play. For recreation, we highlighted activities that were made possible by this unique coastal community with ties to local military history and with a strong focus on family, community, and connection. So we have the equestrian facilities, to biking miles of trails with friends, to a family picnic at the park, an afternoon family hike, a restorative beach trail, casting a line for some surf perch, to paragliding. Or for the non-thrill seekers, just watching from the ground as the colorful sails cruise across the skyline on a pretty much regular basis. At the intersection of Abrams Drive, beauty and interconnectedness, over the years, our team has had multiple conversations with city members about what the theme of cultural diversity could and shouldn't look like. Oh, I'm sorry. Bear with me. We learned about a 2006 banner project of the city that featured the work of student artists successfully celebrating this theme. What we found in the banner artwork was that they could be organized by flora, fauna, or patterns. We knew we wanted it to be joyful and beautiful. We wanted to celebrate a mindset of abundance and a with and, not but or approach. When we celebrate cultural diversity, we can honor every individual's ability to be side by side and in full bloom. So then we knew flowers. Our relationship with flowers is fascinating and diverse, spanning centuries, countries, cultures, and people. A way to bring nature closer to us, and we gift them to communicate some of the more difficult emotions we experience without having to use words. So it's no surprise that they're so beloved. But beyond the power and beauty and diversity of flowers, we wanted to tie the theme of cultural diversity to the city of Marina. As a biracial, first-generation American, I'm familiar with the experiences of different, often contrasting cultures. My mother is from the Philippines, and my father is from Czechoslovakia. My grandmother's painting, shown here, titled Departure, reminded me of the importance of roots, the magic of roots, and their deep connections to land and place. The city of Marina is located within the current and ancestral lands of the Esselen and Ohlone Costanoan peoples. The city of Marina is one of the most diverse in the country. Roots represent Native peoples, immigrant experiences, and the interconnectedness of us all. Our roots reach towards the land and each other across the panels for this theme. Our flower collection was selected based on the demographics, languages spoken, and agricultural history of the city. These are flowers of the world that hold different meanings for different people and different cultures. Some flowers are the official national flower, and some are simply memorable or iconic. Ultimately, cultural diversity blooms and roots in the city of Marina. At the intersection of Preston Drive, dignity and respect were our guiding principles for the military history theme. The heraldry of key units are recognized with the American flag. We recognize the historic buildings, and throughout the history of Fort Ord, there were many technological changes from helicopters to war horses. The big Fort Ord sign that went across the road was mentioned more than once in public meetings, so happy to bring it back to life here. As an infantry training center, the drill sergeant was an important symbol. We have both male and female hats depicted here, since Fort Ord was also home to the Women's Army Corps. We're incredibly grateful for the opportunity to create these works of art for the city of Marina. So far, we've completed ongoing coordination and planning with Harris and Associates, city staff, and Kimley Horn. We've incorporated feedback from the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission and preliminary feedback from the structural engineer. Tonight, we can check the box on the City Council presentation, and our next steps include coordination and review of shop drawings with the brave fabricators who will deliver and install the 32 8-foot to 12-foot tall steel art panels. Thank you from our team at BEK Collective and our ancestral roots that are interconnected from around the world.
Thank you, Bianca, for that wonderful presentation. Any comments or questions to Bianca? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Quick comment. First of all, beautiful work. Your work continues to impress, and so thank you for your service to the city. But I'd be remiss not to mention something that my colleague, Councilmember Biala, mentioned to all of us at one point, and that is that Imjin is a well-known river in Korea. That much like the Salinas River and much like Imjin Parkway winds through that country. Separately, it's also the name that comes from the traditional Korean calendar that stands for the year of 1952, which was the year of the Imjin War. And so just maybe, I don't know how final this is, and I'm not trying to gum up the process, but if there's refinement opportunities, I just kind of wanted to share that with the council, and what a great opportunity to kind of honor some of the global Korean influence that has impacted the city of Marina. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Bianca, how late are we into this to try to incorporate some Imjin River Korean history?
That's a great question. We'll take the comments and I will check with the team.
Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering, can you go back to the recreation pictures? Because I didn't think I saw any kids in it, but I might be wrong.
Recreation. We have the family, the kids at the park, at the picnic bench, and flying through the pump track, and a kid on one of the horses.
Okay. Is there kite flying or no?
This was on one of the earlier versions, but we found it did not make the final cut.
Got it. And then do we allow fishing?
State Parks does on the Fish and Wildlife Service does on our state beaches.
Okay, thank you.
A lot of subsistence fisher people who eat what they catch and they depend on it. Okay, Councilmember Biala?
Bianca, thank you again. It's always an emotional, moving presentation of your artwork. It's just amazing. I'm hesitant also as Councilmember McCarthy to ask something on the flowers for diversity. There's sort of iconic ones like cherry blossoms that are pretty celebrated in our culture, for the Asian culture. But I didn't quite see anything that represented that. And maybe but what was there anything here that was, I know there's kind of Hawaiian and that nature, but was there anything more a sort of a plum blossom or a cherry blossom, that kind of thing that represents iconic Asian?
Yes, these are representative of different Asian cultures, and it includes, we zoomed in, so it's not a long branch. We tried to get a closer look at that, just the blossoms. So we have cherry blossoms and plum blossoms.
Oh, okay. I guess because it's, the color is not in these. So, okay. Okay. Got it. I see the one on the top is cherry blossoms. Okay. Thank you. You're quite an artist, really. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Bianca. I'm not going to ask for a tulip somewhere, but I think we might need more roundabouts so we can have more beautiful artwork. So I simply want to say bedankt. This is the last thank you. Thank you, Bianca. Beautiful.
We have the otter and we have the snowy plover featured. Was there any thought given to featuring sandgilia in any of your flower features?
We did look at endemic flowers and the flowers that we had this oak woodland side where we were working on incorporating endemic flowers on this one. So we could make sure they show up more clearly in the final version. But I
was thinking about the sandgilia. It defines a lot of our city's projects and it's a little bit like our mascot, second to the snowy plover. No, what are you saying? I'm sorry. It's somewhat of a mascot to our city, in that we put a lot of effort into it and we highlight it and celebrate it wherever we can. So which flowers are highlighted? I see the buckwheat before us where it says chaparral and Smith's butterfly, and the Smith's butterfly is on a buckwheat, which is a native local plant. And then what are the other flowers that you've highlighted?
And so we have our nature theme, and we have the artwork for the sandgilia that we can integrate. Conceptually, we were working on it in the oak woodland, but also working through some recent feedback from structural. So we just need to get everything still tightened up. But that artwork exists, and we were planning to integrate it with the oak woodland. On the cultural diversity slides, we looked, I don't have them labeled exactly because what we found was there were a lot of flowers, even the national symbol for specific countries, that there was a lot of overlap. A lot of countries all shared the lotus flower, or multiple countries shared a tulip. So we have a mix of flowers on this side, which was conceived as North America and such. We've done a lot of versions, but in the center one, we have more native flowers and a strawberry flower represented. And then on this slide, we have an iris, a lotus, a tulip, and a poppy. And on this slide, we have dahlia, yucca flower, prickly pear. Ooh, this is a test. I know we've been looking at them for a long time. And bird of paradise and protea. And then sambucita, cherry blossom, plum blossom, hibiscus.
Okay, thank you. So a lot of attention to flowers around the world, which is totally appropriate. And like some of my other council members, if you could give some thought to the specifics of including Gilead, along with the other comments you had about non-plant issues, that would be great. A lot of us get on to city council because we want to preserve nature or preserve cultural diversity or inclusiveness. And so these fun projects, it's nice to be part of it. And same thing with the commissioners. You know, they get on the commission to do good things like this. And so I think that all of us are a bit apologetic to jump into last minute, but we haven't seen anything until now. And so it's either like, you know, bless it without having any input or give some soft suggestions where we think it might be even more appropriate given the comments you've heard. So thank you. And let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious about, so specifically these representing cultural diversity. Had I not had your story and your lovely presentation, I would have not known that this is cultural and diversity. So is there going to be like an additional communication tool, or can we have a flag or the name of the country or something, just a better way to communicate what this means? Because to me, I would think it was celebrating wildflowers. I don't, you know what I mean? So I think, and for me, it would be a real miss if we didn't get this one right, because that's so important, and our community is so prideful about our diversity. So could you speak to that?
I see Edry nodding his head, and yes, we talked about having interpretive signage where it was accessible, because these are at the center of the traffic island. So we were discussing interpretive signage either on site at a pedestrian level or online is another helpful option as well.
So Bianca, you know, in traffic areas, congestion, you see turn to 1610 AM for latest traffic conditions, or you go over the pass to Reno. So I'm thinking, you know, QR codes, some kind of signage connected to our website that says, go here to find out the story behind this beautiful artwork. So some connection to our website and an ability for drivers, not necessarily when they're driving, but when they have some spare time, to find out what all this incredible artwork is. Can you and Edry discuss that with the appropriate folks?
Yes.
Just interpretation. You're already on that direction, but it's not just on site, but I think we can tell more of the story as you've described off site. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer, or were you done, Jenny? Sorry. Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought maybe also the future city park at Sea Haven might be a place where interpretive panels can be added, and maybe a QR code at a bus stop nearby, or information on the bus on line 20. Just making this up as we go. But, and of course, online. Yes.
Yeah, like when they exit Sea Haven Park, maybe there's a sign where it's safe to read it that says, you know, thank you for visiting our park. On your way home, if you see Amgen Parkway, you know, here's a QR code that interprets what the artwork you're about to see.
Yes, I thought at the park when people are visiting the park. Yes. Otherwise, they might forget to start driving when they are reading. So, thank you.
Okay, enough feedback. City Manager Lane Long?
Edry, can you also comment about the lighting for these signs and also the dolphins that are going to go on?
Yes. So we are looking at lighting options for the panels. The dolphins itself, the lighting options, we already have electrical connections at the roundabout. So now we're just looking at like what would work best for the different artwork, because artwork would be displayed in different ways. The dolphins, we did receive, I think in 2023, a great donation. I believe it was Marina in Motion for the brass dolphin. So we'll have a brass statue at the intersection Preston Park. So the Preston Drive, so the Preston roundabout will have the brass dolphin. The other intersections will have, I forget the material, some type of fiberglass dolphins that will emulate a dolphin jumping out of what is going to be the vegetated bioswales. So when water goes down the bioswales during rain, it'll look like the dolphin is jumping out of it. It'll have that motion. So it won't look exactly like the statues at City Hall. That will be the brass dolphin. The other dolphins will more emulate a jumping dolphin that like we would see in the bay. And the way that we're making the motion is supporting of the landscaping that we're going to have around it as well.
Thank you. I think we're all appreciative of the extreme attention that's gone into this artwork, especially coming from an engineer, Edri. We're really impressed.
Bianca really helps us put on our artist hats. So thank you, Bianca.
All right. Okay. Good job all around. Thank you, everyone. So now we're going to move on to staff and council presentation, and Lane has a special staff announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to talk about Del Monte Boulevard. We've had a lot of construction work, and I thought it'd be much better than hear from me to hear from MST directly on what is going on with Del Monte Boulevard. So we'll invite Carl and Lisa to come up, and they have a presentation here.
While we've had some comments, and I know you all have been hearing them and getting to us, I'm happy to be at a point where we're getting these comments, because it's been a long haul with over 70 permits and 400 various conditions that we've had to meet along the way, and we're finally at a point where we're under construction. And what we're going to do today is talk a little bit about, remind folks what the project is and the benefits to your city, what our efforts have been to date to accelerate the project so that we are having as minimal impact as we possibly can over this little over 1,000 feet of roadway, but very critical when you take a lane out, even though it's 1,000 feet, 1,200 feet, we can see the impact of that very quickly. And then we're here to listen to your comments about what we can do better over this next few months while we're working in the process. So with us today, I'm Carl Sidorik, CEO for the Monterey Salinas Transit District. My Deputy CEO, Lisa Reinheimer, is here. She'll be going over some more details about the project. We have Akuyo Yoneda Lopez, who is our Marketing and Communications Director, who will be able to listen to your comments about how we are communicating and what we can do better to get the word out. And we have Rick Guerrero from our construction management and general contractor, Granite Rock, who will be here to listen to your comments and concerns in the public about the construction project. So with that, if we can go to the next slide. I know we haven't talked much about this project over the years here, but just as a reminder, the SURF is a rebranding of our busiest route, the Line 20, that connects Marina to Salinas and Marina to the Monterey Peninsula, as well as travel between the two regions. And part of that is going to include a 5-mile bus rapid transit lane adjacent to Highway 1 for bus only to bypass traffic congestion in the busiest part of that commute, saving time for those who are taking the bus. We're also adding 1 mile of new multi-use bike and pedestrian trails. We're building a multimodal mobility hub for transit, bike, pedestrian, TNC, Uber, Lyft, for drop-off and pickup areas, public parking, and EV charging, perhaps overflow parking for state parks, the campgrounds, and bicycle repair station, and connections to other transit lines serving CSUMB, South Marina, connecting the communities in South Marina, as well to the rest of the transit network. We'll be providing faster, more frequent, and most importantly, more dependable transit service for riders of transit between Marina and Salinas, Marina and Monterey, and throughout the whole corridor. So by having this busway bypassing our worst congested areas, we'll be able to have service you can depend on to get to your work, to school, to medical appointments on time while using transit. Next slide. Oh, no, here we are already. The improvements that we're making specifically in Marina, part of $20 million of our project is being spent in Marina, making improvements to streets, curbs, gutters, all that romantic stuff, traffic signals, ADA improvements as well. But we're having an ADA crosswalk upgrade at Rheindaler Avenue in Del Monte, another ADA accessible crosswalk from Marina Drive to Rheindaler Avenue. The Beach Range Road multi-use trail extension, we're removing that chain link fence so that there will always be accessibility to that trail. Beautification and landscaping along Del Monte Boulevard, upgrades and improvements to 6 traffic signals between our DeForest and Reservation Transit Exchange all the way to Del Monte along Reservation, then over to Palm. And then we will have the 5th Street station that I mentioned earlier, bicycle storage and repair station included. And we'll have this complete with transit service operating no later than March 31, 2028. I'm hoping to have that work completed prior to that. Getting into the details of project scope and schedule, we have the project, really the person who's been on the ground managing the project in detail is our Deputy CEO, Lisa Reinheimer. Take it away, Lisa.
Thank you, Carl. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to provide you with the information about the project. First up, I'm going to talk about what our communications have been thus far. We've had information up on our website as to what's expected over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We have an email blast that we send out to, it says 150 stakeholders, community leaders, and individuals. I double checked that number. It's 187. We've included information on social media. We have about 4,300 followers on both Instagram and Facebook. We have provided the information to TAMC in their Cone Zone report. We've also had changeable message signs on the ground to alert people to lane closures. We've also done in-person canvassing of the area of Del Monte and Palm so that people know where to find the latest information. We've also been able to update Google Maps, which shows that there's construction work in that area. We've also provided updates to the TMC Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, as well as yesterday to the Rail Policy Committee. And next slide, please. So the way people can contact us with compliments, complaints, questions is through our email and phone number that's available, 831-387-3500. We check that every day. And also our surfinfo@mst.org. We also check that and try to respond within 24 business hours. So far, we've received 10 email questions or complaints and 2 voice messages that we've responded to. Next slide. But despite our best efforts, our communications have fallen short of expectations because we have heard from individuals that this was not enough. So I wanted to share with you the ways in which we believe we can better communicate with the city of Marina, with the community members, and with the public. So we're making a better effort to provide alternate route options for people to try to avoid the traffic congestion on Del Monte, because as you know, moving from 2 lanes into 1 lane, even for a short distance, does cause traffic backup. Luckily this week, the school's out, so it's been less congested, but schools are coming back next week, and we do expect to have that congestion backed up there as well. So we're advising people to, if they can, leave earlier or later during the day. That's not always possible. If they can find different routes to get to where they want to go, avoiding the area, please do so. But frankly, the city of Marina is at a crossroads of a travel pattern that is from the north and the east into the Monterey Peninsula. So a lot of the travel options are also congested. So that's why we're trying to get in and out as quickly as we possibly can. And I'll share with you some timelines. So we're also showing impacts to trail users, bicyclists and pedestrians. in our communications. We have an MST committee meeting on October 13th at 9 o'clock that's open to the public, where people are welcome to join the meeting, ask questions, provide comments about construction updates. And then we'd also like your help in passing out this information to your social networks. So we're email blasting you information. If you can send those to your social networks as well, that would be super helpful for us. And of course, we'll work with your city staff to develop any short-term solutions while we're in this painful period. Next slide. So I wanted to share with you the schedule for the next 5 or so weeks, 5-6 weeks through late November. So the Beach Range Road Trail Gap underneath the highway, we're trying to mobilize our crew to get out there and do that quickly so that trail connection is made. We will continue the trail detour onto Del Monte from where it's closed at the moment at Rhindaller. We'll continue that 1-lane closure of Del Monte, so bear with us for the next 5 to 6 weeks. We'll continue, we started a railroad track removal yesterday. We'll continue that work and also replace the curb and gutter, which is in the median of Del Monte. We needed that space to be able to have the crews work safely. And so once we're able to get out of there, we'll replace that curb and gutter. And then in late November, we will reopen that travel lane. So it will no longer have 1-lane closure. The 2 lanes will be back up and running by late November. I do need to mention that the trail underneath the highway near our 5th Street station, that's the one where it goes from the Caltrans Rec Trail and connects up to 8th Street. We're going to have to close that for the duration of the project. We can't have, for safety reasons, trail users in an active construction zone, but people will still be able to use the north-south connection on the Caltrans Rec Trail. So that I did want to alert you to that one as well. So let's go to the next slide. Okay. So this is just some of the work we were able to accomplish thus far. We installed a new sidewalk on the north side of Palm near Del Monte and Marina Drive. We're going to do the same thing, but later. The road is, in active construction. So we're going to try to get in and out of there as quickly as we can. Next slide. We were able to remove that fence to open up access for people. And then, of course, I mentioned rail removal. Next slide. So this is the expected schedule through the spring of 2026. And I do want to caveat this with, this is our schedule today. There are things that change in construction, whether it's weather delays or unexpected things in the field. So this is what we have at the moment. So Beach Range Road Trail extension to and along Marina Drive. So we're extending it all the way almost to Palm, so people can use the west side for that weekend recreation activity. We'll construct that crosswalk between Rhindaller and Marina Drive. This was actually a request of the city to help out with fixing an ADA problem there. So we do expect another lane closure for a lot shorter period of time, 3 to 5 days. So we'll let you know when that's expected. We'll give you advance warning so you can share that with social networks as well. We're going to have that new trail connection between the Rec Trail and Beach Range Road where it connects currently. We'll discontinue once we install the one between Marina Drive and Rhindaller. So people will still have that connection. We'll install the new surf bus stop areas and then plant over 50 new trees and other landscaping improvements. And so the area of Palm and Del Monte, hopefully by spring 2026, will be all buttoned up and we'll be on our way southbound into other parts of the project. So that was what I wanted to share with you. I'm happy to answer any questions. Also, we're happy to come back to the council and provide updates on a regular basis. I know it's a very disruptive time on Del Monte, and we do apologize for that and would like to do what we can to expedite work. One last thing I did want to mention is that in order to expedite work, we do have to do some weekend work on this Saturday, 7 to 4-ish. And so it'll be hopefully a one-time thing. We'll be in and out. That'll help move things along more quickly. And we were able to combine stages of work to shorten the time frame within this area by 2 months by doing it the way that we're doing it. So rip off the Band-Aid and quickly instead of slowly. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Lisa, very much. Councilmember McCarthy?
I mean, to have my light on, just thank you, but take advantage of the opportunity. Thank you for coming. And I know we got some complaints as elected officials, about what was going on. And so as long as we can just keep the communication, as transparent as possible and know where to point people, right? I mean, if there's a single website, is it MST or?
Yes, mst.org, front and center, surf updates. They can click on that if they want to be added to our email distribution list. That's, add your name to the email distribution. They can also email us at surfinfo@mst.org.
Thank you.
Yes, definitely send them our way. And that's not a problem. We try to get back to people as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Councilmember McCarthy, I'm so sorry, Councilmember Fiala?
Thank you, Lisa, for the presentation. Yeah, and I was one who got a couple of complaints, on Del Monte thing. So, if I go to mst.org, for example, what pops up is it looks like it's trying to kind of guide me on the actual bus routes and stuff. And so I started putting in my thing and I realized, no, it's not.
Right. So we optimize our website for cell phone use to point people into the direction of transit service, because that's what we do. So if you turn your phone so it's sideways instead of portrait, you turn it sideways, it helps to navigate better through our website. But I would suggest if you have a PC, a laptop, that's the better way of finding out information.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see how that works, but since there's no real, instructions, I would have been lost a little bit there. So
I understand.
So if there's a way that instead of we say, mst.org, but you put in something simple that will get us right to this, I think it will be much better.
Sure.
And then when I'm looking at this trip planner, let's see, this is anyway, some of this information like that you have, the surf schedule, and it may be organized in a little different way by, from this date to this date, Del Monte, and I think it's mostly Del Monte that people are. So if we could just focus on that and say from here to here, we're going to be down to one lane or, but where it's opening. I mean, there's just something, it doesn't have to be so specific, but they just want to know what's happening on Del Monte. And then for people to have to now say, okay, I'm going to enter something about my trip. And, it gets a little bit too complicated when they just want to know, what's going on in Del Monte would be really great, I think.
Okay. We'll take that back to our web designer and see if we can get something better for
Yeah.
users.
And then, I think, for example, that what's happening on IMGN widening, for some reason, I don't even look at it anymore because it's so, it's coming so often. And so it's really, I haven't had any complaints, heard any complaints. It's like people are well informed. So I just want to know what the difference is, why, and maybe it's just because we're starting off now, but we really get huge amounts of information, I think, from the engine widening. And I'm wondering too, since we have local people dropping off kids to school and then going to work and stuff, again, once we get a link that absolutely has the easiest information for people, then that link should be shared with schools, and because the parents need that information, as well as not just getting their kids to school, but also for their next step, which is work. So if we could kind of think about that, and somebody who knows, like Lisbeth maybe knows more about, how IMGN Parkway is being notified, how they're notifying the public, that might be helpful, because you're our expert. Okay, thank you very much, Lisa.
Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you, Kathy. Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both for the presentation. To react to Councilmember Biala's question, I know that the Indian project, they probably have more money for this. They have a bigger team, and their cost per mile is higher than the cost per mile for this surf bus project. Nobody complained about that because that's for cars. That's what I think. So it's a difference there. But definitely, that's a project that every week we get information. But I've seen information about the surf project as well. I know you have to be online and you need to follow social media to see it. I know that's not your hobby. So anyway, that was just, and yeah, people are affected, of course, and thank you for explaining that things could have gone a little bit, would have been better to inform people better, but it's hard to inform people that are driving there, and then one lane will be closed. I think passengers are affected, especially our passengers in Marina. There's one bus stop that's temporarily closed. I take the bus now and then at 7 a.m., not very often. Usually 12, 13 people enter that bus just for that one bus. It's, what is it, the 7:07 a.m. or so? Too early usually. But anyway, those people, we need to think about, they need to walk a couple of blocks now to go to a different bus stop. So if we're complaining in our cars, think about the people who have to get up earlier and walk a couple of blocks now to just get on their bus to go to their jobs or school. But it's all temporary and it will be worth it. Just to clarify for people, still people think that you have to change buses to go on this surf busway. No, it's line 20. It goes from Salinas through Marina to Monterey and back. No need to change buses. You're on one bus. You stay on the bus. We are just fortunate that we are right in the middle. We can be in either one of those other cities in a short amount of time, and people can come to Marina in a short amount of time. Beach access, that was another thing I would like to clarify, and it was already in the presentation. It will not be taken away. It will only be made safer and better. People were concerned about rain dollar. They thought that was going to be blocked. No, it will be ADA compliant, only easier and safer. The surf busway will be an enormous improvement for all current users and future users, especially in South Marina. I've said it before, anybody living there, working, studying or vacationing in our hotels there, they will get access now directly to line 20 instead of first having to go to Central Marina or Sand City, either by bus or other ways. So this will be a game changer for that whole area. Oh, I know, this is my last thing, what I said before. If you've never taken the bus or if you don't take it regularly, try it. It's fun. It's only $2 for 2 hours. If you're a veteran, youth, or 65 and up, you get 50% off. It's only $1 for 2 hours. So just try it out. I've said it before, it's a chicken and the egg for our public transit. We don't have enough public transit yet, not enough service, because we don't have enough riders. We don't have more, we need to get more riders to get more service. So we can all help by using the bus, even before this project is finished. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
May I make a comment on that? Thank you, council member, for bringing up the bus stop at Palm and Del Monte. We did make the decision to close it so that we could accelerate project work in that area.
So where do they walk to?
They walk to Reservation and Del Monte.
On the same side of the street?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. So before, the morning traffic on Del Monte would be backed up, like getting onto Highway 1, like backed up under the overpass. And now I've experienced it backed up to Starbucks. So that's how impactful this is. So when we talk about the road diet on Del Monte Boulevard, I would really encourage staff and my colleagues to drive Del Monte between 7:20 and 8 a.m. and like experience what that looks like, because it's very frustrating. And, you know, typically we would have to leave at 7:20 to be at Upper Seaside by 8 a.m. And now we leave at 7 a.m. And we're still being late. So it would be helpful to have alternate routes because I mean, and that's also my accountability too. I'm just used to going on Del Monte. So maybe some sort of campaign of like, hey, don't forget, we have this construction going on, and maybe the city can also, sort of message that too and provide some alternate routes. Because I do think a lot of it is habit. There are a few other ways to get to sit in traffic on Highway 1 and get out of Marina. And so thank you. And thank you for being so responsive, to what I was experiencing and the constituents. I think we all have heard it from our constituents in some capacity, and rightfully so, because it does really impact your day. And then also, any improvements I think I'm hearing about the website, because I did go to the project portion of the site, and it's more of like construction updates. Like it wasn't necessarily a tool as a user looking for other routes or how long will this be or anything like that. So just any improvements there would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jenny. I was surprised at the low amount of preparation that went into the detours and communicating to the public what those would be. And I didn't even think about it myself. So I'm part of the problem, but I'm not living the project the way that the project designers are. And the first detour sign I saw, it was flapped over on itself, so you couldn't even read the detour. And it just kind of spoke to me that there wasn't a lot of forethought into ensuring, a smooth transition to open the project. And I know that MST staff, including Lisa, are doing their best to catch up and get to the point where they're happy too, because they're not happy either with the way it rolled out that first week. I think the timeframes are real important. So I saw that it's 5 or 6 weeks for us to expect the current congestion on Del Monte Boulevard due to the one lane, which brings us into the holiday season. And so if it's, sometimes construction is delayed beyond, your optimistic, anyone's optimistic thoughts. If it gets delayed and goes into the holiday season for Marina, it's going to be real bad. So, how confident are you that 5 to 6 weeks will be done with temporarily anyway, until you have to open it up again with a few days. But anyway, in 5 or 6 weeks, how confident are you that we'll have 2 lanes on Del Monte Boulevard?
I'd like to bring up Rick Guerrero, who's a construction manager from Granite Rock, I defer to him for his confidence.
I would say Rick Guerrero, project manager, Granite Rock. I would say we're pretty confident. Right now, we're working Saturday to ensure that we have that level of confidence, and that is our goal. We already set that forward. So as of right now, we're working through some issues, but we're on the front end of it. So I would say that we're pretty confident in that, having it open back up before the holiday week.
So 5 to 6 weeks, approximately what date is that? Plus or minus a few days?
We're looking around I believe it's the 23rd, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Does that sound about right? 26th.
Okay, we're not going to hold you to it, but we'll email you.
And you're being recorded.
Yeah.
And then similarly, it sounds like the rec trail will be closed through 2027, or what was the 2027 Caltrans rec trail?
Right. So this is the one south of 8th Street Bridge. It's a trail on the east side that goes underneath the highway and connects to the Caltrans rec trail. That rec trail will be open north-south throughout duration of the project. The section underneath the highway to 8th Street will be closed throughout duration of the project because it's an active construction area. A lot of the construction equipment will be coming underneath that highway. We just can't have construction equipment, active construction zone with bicyclists and pedestrians for safety.
Okay, so east of Highway 1, that 8th Street connection that goes under the highway
Yes.
will be closed through 2027,
Yes.
probably into 2028, but at least through
Possibly. I hope not.
Okay. And then our former Public Works Director, Brian McMinn, used to say, careful what you ask for with all the construction going on in Marina. And so now we have this surf project and it's kind of butting up against the campground construction of the state parks. And so even though you're doing your best to get people on the Fort Ord Dunes Rec Trail, that itself is blocked off very close to the south to where we are now. Right? So what kind of coordination is there between your closures and their closures? You kind of just doing your own thing, or are there cooperative efforts going on?
Right. So we had originally thought, well, we'll just send people over to the Beach Range Road Trail when our project comes in because it's a perfectly suitable alternative. And then the state parks project came in and closed that trail. So we had to rethink how we were doing things. That's why that north-south connection, it will be maintained throughout construction. Because
on the freeway side,
on the
chain
freeway
link
side.
fence.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So we've asked for the schedule from state parks. We are aware of their project. We haven't received the trail reopening for their project yet, but we do ask for construction updates on an infrequent basis. But
Okay.
there's no, there's little overlap other than the trails.
Okay. So for those people who are pedestrian or bike riders that they want to go south, right now they can't get to Marina Drive yet, but you're building something to get them from Del Monte to Marina Drive across the railroad safely on an
Yes.
ADA
Yes.
alternative, short-term alternative, right?
Right.
When will that be in place and how long will it be in place?
So that connection will be permanent and that will be in place by spring of 2026.
Okay, and that'll be permanent, into the foreseeable future?
Permanent.
Got
Yeah.
it. Okay. All right. So once it's in place and you take it, then you're trying to go south. Then you're going to head south through the gate where the hand cars used to go. But then you're going to run into the blockage, right?
So are you at Marina? Are you at Rheindaler going
Yes.
across? Okay.
Yes.
So you'll go across the existing multi-use trail on a new crosswalk over the busway and onto a new trail that goes north-south.
Which is an extension of Marina Drive, right?
Which is an extension of Beach Range Road. Marina Drive, we're leaving alone. It's more of that access road
Okay,
that goes to the pump station.
Right.
It'll be an extension of that northbound to almost Palm.
Southbound or northbound?
Northbound. And then if you want to go southbound, you can go southbound on that existing access road. And then there's going to be a trail gap closure. There's a sandy area that people are using, but we're just going to pave it so that it's a proper bike path.
But you won't be able to go very far south because you'll run into the 8th Street stoppage and the campground stoppage, right?
Right.
It's
So
not a
you'll
through trail.
No, it's not a through trail. That is
So
true.
To get
for
to the through trail, they got to come back through that little gate onto the rec trail close to Rheindaler, close to the Shell station.
What they'll have to do is access that at Rheindaler and then go southbound on the Caltrans Rec Trail.
To stay out of the construction zone.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's moving it about, I don't know,
Gotcha.
1,000 feet to the north. That existing goes 1,000 feet to the north.
All right.
Ish.
Thank you very much.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Akuyo, for being here. And Carl, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do have a question about the underpass near 8th Street. So that is not closed yet, eh?
It's scheduled to be closed on Monday, October 13th.
So when that happens, how can bicyclists from South Marina reach the north-south rec trail?
So if they're going on 8th Street, they can go across to Beach Range Road, go north to access the crossing underneath the highway and then go south. Yes, it is a pain.
Okay, that's what I wanted people to realize. Well, if you like biking, you just get some extra biking, but it's quite a long way around, and it will be
is.
for a long time. So, okay, so I might take the bus to Monterey instead of biking. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks everyone from MST for being here today. Good to meet you, Rick and Akuyo. All right. Announcements.
Hi. I'm Andrea Diallo, Recreation Manager. I just want to make some announcements for our upcoming events. Do you have our flyers? So the first event coming up is our 50th anniversary. Our committee is working hard to make sure that this is super successful. We have live music, great food, local vendors, a beer and wine garden, and more. And our next, we have our resident nomination. So if you would like to nominate someone who's lived in the city of Marina for 50 plus years, you can do so accessing the QR code or go online to the City of Marina website. And it's super easy to nominate someone. We have right now a good handful of nominations we're excited about. And you're also welcome to enter a photo contest. That's okay. So you can win fun prizes by entering the photo contest. Submit your favorite photos of the city of Marina. And we have a lot that have already been submitted online. So please submit those, get those in so that it can be part of our exciting contest. They could be historical photos, current photos, photos of local parks, the beach in Marina, any part of the city of Marina. And then the next event coming up is our Halloween. It's our annual dog event. And this year it's going to be a Halloween parade. And we'd love to see your dogs dressed up in their favorite costume and bring your furry friends and enjoy dog-related vendors, pet costume parade, raffles, and more. And it's going to start at the Marina Equestrian Center this year. And then the parade will land at the Hilltop Dog Park. And we don't have that one. Sorry, we don't have that flyer, but you guys have it up there. And then the last event that I'll go over is our Halloween Fright Night. That's going to be at the Los Arblos Upper Field. We're combining this year the Youth Center and Teen Center events, and they're going to be at that upper field. And there's going to be bounce houses, food, rock climbing, super exciting games, and lots of candy for our families. Thank you.
Great lineup, Drea. Thanks for all the energy you and your staff put into these events.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to council announcements. Councilmember Biala.
I just had a question for Andrea. So the nominations, when is the deadline? I've been asked that several times and I don't really know, other than saying it's coming pretty quick. So I couldn't find a deadline.
That's a very good question. I should know the answer to that, but I'll find out for you.
Okay, great. Just send me an email or something.
Elizabeth, do you remember the deadline for that?
We don't have an official deadline, but we would like to honor those people either at the celebration if they come on October 18th, and also at the first council meeting in November. So there's still a little bit of extra time when people don't find out. Same for the photos. If they don't find out about the photo contest until the party, they can still submit photos for another week.
Yes, and then I also forgot to mention, so let me mention now that we are reaching out to former mayors and council members and extending the invitations to both the anniversary event on the 18th and then also for November 4th, which is closer to the actual anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And just in addition to all the great events and programming, kudos to the artwork improvement and the outreach improvement. I've really noticed that. And so please send gratitude to your team. You guys are rocking it.
I will. Thank you so much. We have incredible team members, our special event specialist, our, sports programmer, Tila, our youth center specialist, Donna, our marketing specialist. So great team that we have.
Nice. I'm wondering if the city manager or our human resources director can share if the city employees are impacted by the furlough.
No, we are not impacted by the furlough.
Okay.
That's a great question to ask to put out there, but no, we are not.
Perfect. Thanks for confirming. And then will the city see any impacts through contractors or goods and services by the government shutdown?
No, we have not. We aren't expecting anything.
Great. Thank you so much. I just wanted to put that on record, and especially as a proud military and federal community, many of our neighbors are impacted by the federal furlough. And losing income can cause real financial stress and hardship for families. So take a moment, check on your neighbors, be kind, lend support when you can, and it just makes sure that we're looking out for one another. And also Congressman Panetta has a lot of shutdown information and resources. He has a dedicated web page under panetta.house.gov /shutdown. So if you or your family or someone that you know needs resources, those are available. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having brought that up. We do own homes that we rent as a city. I don't know if we have any tenants that are affected, and if we do, can we be lenient and not get people into trouble if they are not able to pay their rent on time.
We'll discuss that with our property managers.
Okay, thank you.
All right. This Thursday, as every Thursday year-round, volunteers are welcome to join us at Hilltop Park at 9th Street and 4th Avenue from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. to water, weed, plant, and maintain that areas, native plant restoration areas. On Saturday, as every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., volunteers are welcome to join us at the Oak Woodland Community Garden outside the Marina Library. And this week is Dad's Read Week because it's the second Saturday of the month, and every such Saturday is Dad's Reads. And there's a lot of spillover into the Oak Woodland Community Garden, so it's always a busy, fun day to bring the family outside the library. This also happening this Saturday from 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. is Cars in the Park, a wonderful classic car show. Great music, great people. It's free. Thank you to the Marina Rotary Foundation. Fantastic event. Right across the street from the library at Vince DiMaggio Park on Del Monte Boulevard. This Sunday and every second Sunday of the month, such as this Sunday is the second Sunday in October, there'll be a Lapis Road community cleanup and all the way out to the landfill from 10 a.m. to 12:30. We meet at the southern junction of Lapis Road and Del Monte Boulevard. And then there's pizza served from our Pizza Angel at 12:15 p.m. That's 10 a.m. To 12:30 p.m. Okay. We'll go on now to our public comments. And that's to cover anything that's on your mind or on the consent agenda, as long as it's not an action item, which is only regarding the Tripepi Smith and Associates Community Engagement Contract. So this is the time everyone has with 3 minutes for consent agenda item comments or other comments that are not on our action agenda tonight. So anyone in this building that would like to come up, please do. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Eileen Hu, 20-plus year resident of Marina. I wanted to thank Public Works for coming out on a Sunday to Crescent Avenue. There was a dangling branch, and we were afraid it was going to fall on the sidewalk and hurt people. And Public Works came out with their cherry picker and they clipped it, and that was really nice. That's a nice thing. Now for the complaint. So on Crescent Avenue between Los Arboles School and the Chevron gas station and Reservation Road between Starbucks to California Avenue, we're having problems with bicyclists riding on the sidewalk. If it's once in a while, it's okay. But a couple of days ago, there was a relatively fast-moving boy. He was about 10 years old on the sidewalk. His mother was behind him on a bike. His father was behind the mother on the bike, and he was shouting at me, excuse me, excuse me. He was not stopping for me. I told him there's a bike lane. And then my friend said there was a bicyclist on Reservation Road and basically told her, get out of the way. So this is recent. I don't know if people are on bikes more because of the traffic jams, but there are more bicyclists out there. The reason I'm so worried is my mother was hit in Monterey on the sidewalk by a teenage bicyclist and she fell over. So I don't know how to take care of that. But on Crescent Avenue, there are a lot of senior citizens in the mobile home park that walk dogs. And if we're having aggressive people riding bikes that are not being considerate, and the older we get, we're hard of hearing and we move much slower than bikes. I'm hoping something can be done about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen, for your input tonight. And we'll first confirm that it's illegal to ride on the sidewalk, and our staff will look into that. Right? Anyone else wishing to speak in person? If not, we'll go remote to Denise Turley. Welcome, Denise.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good job on the information so far. I have small comments to make, but I will contact the organizations involved. I believe that there was some misunderstandings on the fact that we did not state in our comments last week that we were unable to meet with city council members or the mayor. We stated that we are unable to meet with staff, although we occasionally meet with Gray Star. I just wanted to make that correction. And I would like to confirm that we'd like to see, Kathy, I have the same problem with my phone and the bus thing. I can never, when I use their website, because I'm using a phone, I can't get to what I want. So don't feel bad. Finally, it would be, very important. I got an email from MCWD saying that they have a program for anybody affected by the shutdown, and you need to contact them on an individual basis. Either go to their website and they have stuff, or contact them, and there are options. So I would suggest shutdown people out there, contact your utilities and other places and see if they have an existing program in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. Anyone else online that'd like to raise their hand so we can have you speak to us for up to 3 minutes? We'll give you a moment before we end public comment. Joanne Sherrill, welcome.
All right. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Joanne, good evening.
Oh, good evening. So I'm not sure if this is the stage where I'm supposed to say this, but I actually like the display of the boards that are going up around CSUMB. But what I didn't see in regards to the diversity and inclusion here was any of that integration of diversity for the African Americans and African American soldiers, making this area a true diverse area because of that. And I didn't know how they could symbolize that, but I did hope to see some sort of diversity, including African Americans. We do have a lot of Asian cultural things that actually are very well supported, but since our African Americans have left the area quite in droves, I just wanted to see if that would be something addressed.
All right. Thank you, Cheryl. And Cheryl, if you want to talk more about this with staff offline, you can have a more detailed discussion than we can have back and forth with you tonight. So feel free to contact City Hall at 884-1278, and they can route you to someone to talk about your ideas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanne.
Have a good night.
You too. Okay, anyone else online wish to speak? Please raise your hand, or we'll close public comment. Elizabeth Gentry, welcome back. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Good evening. I just want to drive home a point that I think is, I have not heard mentioned this evening, and I want MST in particular to be aware that people use the rec trail to commute already to and from work, to and from the Dunes Shopping Center, to and from CSUMB, and surprise closures on those trails are going to result in 2 miles of extra cycling for people. And announcing that we're going to close part of the commute system next Monday is not going to work for our commuters. I think it's disrespectful and it's short-sighted. And I just would like all the parties involved to be more responsible and more respectful in terms of announcing closures, changes, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And I hope you continue to provide input as this project unfolds for the next couple of years. Hope you'll get better, but there will be some long-term closures in some certain locations. But please stay in contact so we can understand your experience as best as we can. All right, anyone else wishing to comment? Let's go ahead and close public comment. And we'll move on to our consent agenda. Do any council members have any brief questions, comments? And thanks again, MST folks, for being here. Rick, nice to meet you. Good night, Lisa. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted a quick comment on 10G2. And I would like to thank the Mid-Management Employee Association for their fair negotiation. And I truly value our employees and the outstanding service they provide to our residents and the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Councilmember Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanting to know on 10G1, we're talking about undergrounding for certain segments. I wanted to find out if we're also including anything undergrounding for other streets. Maybe our city manager can answer that.
Sure. Right now on private property, any undergrounding has to be done by the individual property owner. As far as public property, PG&E does not underground anymore. They have a program called Rural 20A that they have funds. That program is closed, but a few years back, Marina, we put in our application for these funds and we identified some places in the city for potential undergrounding. And we actually are doing a walkthrough, I think, next week with PG&E, and they will be undergrounding on reservation from DeForest as far south as they can go, that they're funding allocation for us. And the goal is to make it to California. Don't know if we'll make it as far. That project won't happen for another 5 years, but PG&E just notified us that that our application is being heard and is funded, and that'll be a long project, but we are starting that.
Just in the nick of time, it sounds like.
And that will be the last,
Wow.
the program will be done. So that's our last.
Glad we got in it. And then I have just another thing on 10J1. We have this in here and there's no heading. Like I was thinking, is this the Sand City City Council or whatever it is? And it turned out it wasn't that. So whoever is submitting this, what I would like to request is one, that we know whose minutes these are. And also if you're a representative for here, rather than me having to read all of this, if there's something, a reason why we have to have this in our packet, would we highlight what the important thing is? Otherwise, it's just a piece of paper and I have to try and figure out why it's in our packet. So that's my request.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it's good that it's properly titled, but all these agencies we sit on, you never know what's going to be of interest to council. So having the minutes or the highlights is a good thing, but it should be understood, who the author is and what the agency is, that kind of thing.
Yeah, like that one, and it just says highlights a regular board meeting. You look at it, you have no idea what board meeting it is. And it should, I think it's the Community Human Services Board meeting. And so we just need to be sure that even though that's their direct copy, we need to be sure that we put the title on there so one knows that.
But kudos to Councilor McAdams, because not everybody, including myself, even puts the highlights there. Rather have it untitled than blank. So it's a good step. Okay, I have a question on 10L2, the mitigation fees for new development. And I talked to city manager about this October 7th letter from CHISPA, affordable housing providers, who are questioning the cost of apartment unit fees. And Lane, can you tell folks what your perspective is?
Sure,
On this?
and we don't want you to come up and update the council with that issue.
Hi.
So tell us a little bit about the communication you've had with CHISPA and what you plan to do the next week or so with CHISPA.
Yes, we're meeting with the interim housing folks, not CHISPA. That letter came in today from CHISPA, and Frederick actually is on the line. We've been communicating today about some of the stuff that they purported in their letter. So he might be the better person to address that letter.
Okay, so Frederick's going to respond to the CHISPA letter?
Yes.
Okay, and Lane Long might have some input here.
Yeah, their issue, it's the same issue that was brought in the previous meeting. Our staff and Edry and Frederick explained it. So the issue is the same as interims.
Oh, okay. I can, yeah. So for that particular issue, there was a request to classify the use as an assisted living facility, which this project is not.
Right, and it's also questioning the calculation that we used for the square footage and
right,
how that changed and why it changed. And do you want to update on that, or at least?
Yeah, Frederick actually is gonna, because we've been in communication today.
Thank you, Frederick. If you understand what we're asking, please go ahead.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening, Frederick.
There we go. Good evening. Thank you. So the question in the letter is about the fee per square feet, and then for single family homes and specifically focusing on multi-family homes, right? If we went the way of square feet for a fee for multi-family units, the fees would be substantially higher. If in the way in which we determined the fees, it is the per square foot for a single family home. And if we look at the average size home right now in Marina, the fee would be, or the increased fee would be about $20,000 for transportation. Whereas for a multi-family unit, it's $14,000 per unit. If we did a fee per square foot the other way, the multi-family units would be substantially more. The background data that was used to develop the fee is such that we decided to go with a trip rate and a per unit fee for multifamily and assisted living and senior homes. And single family dwelling units is then the only category that will be using a per square foot rate. I have a couple of slides, and if I could share those and just share those with everybody, if there are more questions. The question, the way in which the letter was written, is not an apples to apples comparison. It is a per square foot comparison. And then if we do this per square foot for multifamily, the cost would be even higher for a multifamily unit. Because think about it, multifamily units are much smaller,
Frederick,
but they still generate the traffic. Right?
Excuse me, Frederick.
Yep.
I think we're getting beyond what normally is allowed at this point. So I think that I'd like to pull the item and then sort of change direction a little bit and have you continue what you're about to say as soon as we're done with the consent agenda in front of the public hearing, so that we can stay with our process as much as possible. So I'd like to motion we approve the consent agenda minus 10L2.
Second.
Any final comment before we go to a vote? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, so Frederick, now we're going to move to your item. Can you continue what you were saying, Frederick?
Sure. I wonder if is it possible to share my screen?
We're working on it.
Okay.
We're going to change you to a panelist if you.
Yep. I'm looking for it.
Okay, Frederick, if you can say yes to being a panelist. And now you should be able to share. If you can enlarge that font a little bit, Frederick. I guess everyone can see that okay on your big monitors. I can't see it very well on my laptop. Okay, Frederick, we're with you. All right, Frederick, we're going to unmute you if we can.
Apologies. I didn't know I was muted. Okay.
Okay,
Good.
we are back. Thank you, Frederick.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Great. So you can see my slide, right?
Yes.
So, okay. So so this is a fee comparison, right, of a fee per dwelling unit in the left-hand column and a fee per 1,000 square feet on the right-hand side, right? The legislation says that we should use a fee for residential units, a fee per 1,000 square feet. But we do have the option based on evidence to also charge dwelling units. So in the fee program that's in front of you, we developed a single family dwelling units based on square feet, and in senior homes, assisted living, and multifamily based on units. So those are the ones that's in the fee program right now. If we convert the fees back, right, if we put 1,000 square feet and we said, well, this would be a single family home, this would be the equivalent fees that you would have charged. So a single family home just for transportation impacts is $20,000, right? Whereas a multifamily unit is $14,500, and then a lot less for senior homes and assisted living. The reason for the reduction in how we do this is really because the trip generation is so much different, right, between single families units and multifamily units. I'm just going to jump to another slide that shows this for you. So in this slide, right, it shows in the left column the daily trip rate per dwelling unit, and this comes from the ITE manual. So you can see single family units typically generate about 9 trips a day, where multifamily generates about 6.5 trips a day, right? If we do a rate per 1,000 square feet, right, that rate increases substantially for multifamily units. And the main reason is you may have a small apartment, right, or a smaller apartment, but we still have 2 cars and we still drive. Right? Whereas we have a big home and we have 2 cars and we still drive. Yes, the trip making is slightly different, but you can see that if we did the per 1,000 square feet for the multifamily units, they would pay more than twice, right, the cost than a single family home would do. And that's why we opted to rather use the traffic information about these 3 categories and then go the per 1,000 square feet for the single family units. The letter that was submitted, and I only have the one from Chispa today, only went and did a comparison based on 1,000 square feet. Then the challenge is we don't get 1,000 or 900 square feet single family homes. Like the average homes in Marina is about 2,000, 2,500 square feet based on last year's data that was provided by the city. And the average apartment sizes are about 1,100 max. That's what we see on the apartment rates for the multifamily units. So the comparison should be, right, this table that I just showed you, right? That is, if this was a dwelling unit, this would be the fee that we would have charged, right? But now we're charging this rate for single family, and we're going to charge these 3 rates for the other multifamily uses.
Okay, Frederick, the letter from Chispa uses the Junsei Oaks Senior Apartment Building as an example. So they
Yep.
have 600 square feet per unit. So they would be in the senior home row. So they would
Yep.
they would be charged 9,300 per dwelling unit or 8,400 per square foot, right?
We're not recommending per square foot. We're recommending in the policy that you use 9,311.
Yeah, I see that. I'm just saying that those are the comparative numbers that would
If it
apply to
were,
Junsei
yeah.
Oaks.
Yep, exactly.
So since Junsei Oaks is 600 square feet, do you charge them, if you were to do a square footage fee, do you charge them for 600 square feet or is there a category they fit into like above 500 or something like that?
No, we're not going per square foot for senior homes. We're doing $9,311 per unit.
I understand that.
Yep.
But if you were to do square footage in Chispa's example of a 600 square foot home, what would the fee be approximately?
For a senior home, it would be 8,000 if I did it per square foot. So that's
if
per
it was
1,000 square foot. Yeah.
Now that's an average, right? What if it was a 600 square foot unit?
So it would be 60% of this. So that's about $5,000.
Okay. So I think that's what she was saying, that she would rather pay 9,300 than 5,600 in that senior home example. But okay, I'm done with my comments, and I understand from Lane that there'll be some further meetings between Chispa and staff. Is that correct? So we on council can feel hopeful that those meetings will be good communication opportunities. Any other comments from City Council? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, just to add some clarity to the process, though, we approved the first reading at the last meeting. This will be the second reading. I know at the last meeting I said, that I think that there was some legitimate concerns here, and if a developer really wanted to make a really strong case, I urged them to kind of reach out. And I know we received this letter from Chispa, but I didn't really get any other information from the folks that spoke at the last meeting. So I think for that reason, I'm willing to go ahead and move on with this.
Yes, and recall that there was dog fee issues and ADU mailing address issues. So even though this is final tonight for now, I mean, the staff can always bring back to us any fee that they find to need some more work. So it's not the end for sure, but it's probably the end for now, but we'll see what comes out of their discussions. So I'll motion that we approve this item.
Second.
Second.
Final comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0. And we move on to our public hearing regarding the additions, 2025 additions to the California Building Standard Codes. Welcome back, Dan. You get better every time.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado and council members. I am Dan Paulini, your interim building chief once again. And I was hoping I wouldn't have to do this one more time, but so every 3 years we adopt the new California Building Code. And that's where we are tonight. 2025 will be the new building code that we will start enforcing as of January 1st, 2026. And I'm going to say, if you're interested in all the changes, you can go to the California Building Standards Commission website, and you can either download or I can send you the link, and you can read every single one of the changes that are going to be on the new building code. I've got a little bit of a summary here that I can go through. A lot of these changes really don't affect what we enforce here. A lot of these are for OSHPD, hospitals, DSA, which is schools. We generally are concerned with HCD housing. We do enforce a lot of the DSA laws for accessibility, structural safety, and those kinds of things. The other thing that is a big change this year is they've added Part 7, which is the new fire code, which Doug can probably attest to. So as far as the building code, there's some occupancy classification changes. They've added laboratories now as an occupancy, which we hadn't had for the past codes. There's some additional ADA changes in Chapter 11A and 11B. One of the things is the new California code eliminates any reference to the International Swimming Pool Code. And now references are going to be through the California Building Code and through state law. Minor changes to the electrical code, mostly just affects energy storage systems, batteries, those kinds of things. The mechanical code's getting a little more restrictive as far as refrigerants go. They're becoming a little bit more restrictive as far as enforcing more environmental friendly refrigerants, some that are less flammable. The plumbing code, some minor changes, some that address some provisions for what we now consider gender neutral restrooms. They've made some changes to that. The California Green Building Standards has changed some of their requirements too. What were once voluntary measures for bicycle parking are now mandatory, and that's going to affect most construction for not residential, but multifamily, hotels, motels, commercial construction, whether it's new construction or additions or alterations. They've also added some increased requirements for EV charging. And then the California Energy Code will address some of the things some of the state goals are they want to increase some building energy efficiency, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and support housing and affordability. And then also 2025 energy goals are to, we're seeing more encourage heat pump baselines. Now, it was the years past where we were looking at on-demand gas-fired water heaters, and they're moving away from those. And now we're looking at more electric heat pump for both furnaces and water heaters. And then there's some focus on existing buildings, and now ADUs are part of our everyday building code concerns. So those are just some of the high points that we're going to be looking at. And like I said, if you're interested in reading blow by blow, California Building Standards Commission details every single change that's being made to this code cycle. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Dan. Any questions for Dan? Mayor Pro Tem Vischer?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. And just to explain, I sent some very detailed questions my way to both Doug and Dan, and they both replied. I just see your reply now. I was in meetings all afternoon, but thank you. Was just my detailed way of reading. I think we should add, because one of my questions was, okay, yeah, but one was the additional extensions of 90 days, but then the fee is for 180 days. So these kind of inconsistencies, I would say. So my question was, does the city attorney ever read this? And it seems that a previous city manager did, or the
Yes, when Heidi was here, she did a deep dive and went through that stuff.
So maybe this can just be looked at by the attorney who knows way more about this than I do, but it's minor. It's nothing. And but yeah, there was one about a fee. Had like it's $1,000 or the original permit fee. So I was like, oh, can they choose? So that it probably needs to be added, whichever is lesser. But it's in an email and it's nothing major. So it won't affect my vote tonight.
Yeah, so I think
You can send those to me. That would be great.
I should have CC'd you, yes. Yeah, that would have been a better step. Yes. So just thank you for your fast replies, because I know there's never enough time to do this. I usually try to do it over the weekend, and I had other things to do this weekend. So thank you all.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I should have gone to public comment, and let me do that now. Anyone with public comment, please raise your hand.
Doug has something to add.
All right. Not seeing any public comment. We'll close public comment. Go ahead, Chief.
All right, Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you. Also, just a quick clarification. Most of the fire code changes are in, like Dan said, in chapter 7, and we've already addressed most of those changes with the fire hazard severity zone maps that we've already adopted. And really minimal changes to the city of Marina. Most of those changes have to do with, you've probably heard the term zero zone and things like that, and we don't have any areas that we have to address. Councilmember Visser did send me some questions. I do have some clarifications, and I'd like to put them up on the screen, please. And they're just minor word changes. And so the first one, if you can see the red, it just puts in the city manager of his or her findings, just to make it general neutral. So the red, and we did a little strikeout. And also we clarified that it's 5 business days, not just calendar days for when we have in that part of it. Go down to the next one, please. And on this one here, the question was about $100, and it said cash. You can see where the strikeout is. We don't take cash anymore. And where we've been doing back pretty much since I've been here, they'll leave us a check, and we'll usually hang on to the check. And do you understand what that's for? And you did have a question on the linear feet calculation. Are you okay with my explanation? All right.
I'm okay.
Okay. So thank you. I just wanted to point out that we'll make these corrections.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of trying to figure out how I want to say this, but a lot of times when we refer to his or her, and I know this is on the consent agenda as well, sometimes it's just better to say their. Even for people like me, it's hard to kind of get in that habit. But I think that's the way the world is going, and it's just a little bit more of a PC way to just make it easier, I think.
Yeah, we can do that. That's not. We'll make that correction.
Okay. Anything more, Brian?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. That was my other suggestion. And I think it would be good for the entire city that instead of his or her, just say there. And then there's for any changes that come up with that consistent. So thank you very much, Councilmember.
We can work with staff to bring back for the second reading those minor edits.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion on this?
I'm happy to move for approval. Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Viola. Any last comment before we go to a vote? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. So roll call, please, because it's a ordinance. Thank you.
Councilmember McAdams.
Aye.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, so that motion passes 5-0. Thank you, staff, for all your work on that. And now we'll move on to Tripepi Smith and Associates for community engagement. And Lane Long, our city manager, will frame this item for us.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a follow-up to our September 23rd special study session that we had with the council. We discussed our city facilities and different strategies and funding options, and looking at potentially utility user tax on the ballot, or looking at our general obligation bond again. And council talked about different additional outreach of establishing a citizens advisory committee, which we are currently working on those applications. We'll get that going very shortly, and a lot more community workshops. And to do that, we need to establish a budget to do that. Trepepe Smith had already, council had already approved a contract with them for $175,000 to do our marketing and public outreach and communication for a wide variety of issues for the next 2 years from June this year to June 2027. However, this would be in addition to that contract. And so the item before you tonight is approval of additional $100,000 to allocate to the existing contract with Trepepe Smith to facilitate this community engagement as we move forward. And then additionally is $40,000 to do another public opinion survey. Last time we did it with FM3. I believe that they're online and they're one of the best people in California. We didn't specify that it would be with FM3. We're just proposing allocation, these additional dollar amounts to the budget to continue to move this public outreach forward. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, let's go to public comments. Please raise your hand. I don't see anyone standing in the room to speak. So we'll go to remote. And Denise Turley, welcome back.
Thank you. I would appreciate if the folks online would somehow identify a web drive. I didn't get any of the materials last year at all. And I'm not a shy, quiet person. You guys know I exist. So anyway, are they going to consider in their presentation that people will have questions or comments to go to directly to them? And how will we get those questions or comments to them? Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Okay, anyone else? Please raise your hand remotely if you wish to speak. We'll give you a moment before we close public comment. All right, we'll close public comment. So Lane, how will public feedback loops be available?
A lot more different mechanisms. We'll have actually community workshops and community meetings that will be putting out information blast and social media, mailers. We're going to be doing surveys, and so they can come directly to these community workshops and ask their questions and participations. Or we'll have a lot of online information. So if they have questions, they can put it there. We'll be putting like FAQs together, different things like that. And Ryder Smith is online and he could probably answer that even a little bit better.
Thank you, Elaine. I appreciate it. And honorable mayor, member of the council, it's a pleasure to be back chatting with you tonight. I would reaffirm everything Elaine just described. We're also interested in a multimodal communication. So we're not just looking at online only, but we want hard paper materials as well to go house to house to ensure the public understands some of the choices and opportunities ahead of them to be fully educated and understanding of those issues. Additionally, we would imagine that there will be a standard landing page with all the information about the measure, or even before there's a measure, about the opportunities and the needs to address services in the future of the city. And then eventually when there is a ballot measure, a specific page informing the public about the ballot measure itself, what the choices are, what the measure will do, potential impact, and backed up with all the facts and information that have been provided to the public in a very informative way and not in an advocacy-oriented way. So having done this in several other agencies, we know that there are going to be those folks who want in-person, and we anticipate doing in-person workshops. We've already been working with Lane to support some of the language and direction of the citizen working group that the city council requested be assembled to engage some rigorous community dialogue about a potential ballot measure. And but we also know other folks just want online, right? So we'd theoretically do perhaps a Zoom webinar and Q&A experience there. And then we do a town hall in person as well to help make sure that we provide lots of opportunities to connect. And finally, we do anticipate doing language translation on appropriate materials per city guidelines, as well as just making sure particularly we reach out to the Spanish speaking component, which is the second largest segment of the population speaking in a non-English language.
Okay, thank you. Let's go, well, we went to the public, so now let's come to council. Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mayor. So on the minutes of September 23rd, we have in our motion, we had a lot of 10 things actually that we asked about. The outreach and you know, the things that we wanted. So in the interest of time, this motion is just to allocate the funding for Trepepi Smith. And so I want to make that really clear because I also could go and I started to have all kinds of questions and stuff. And because we need to go to closed session, I'm just saying that right now is not the time for us to get into all the details about the outreach and, you know, and the discussion about the actual product that you know, we would be putting out there. So is that my understanding correct? Okay, so if we could not get into maybe our suggestions, our recommendations, or discussions about the outreach, the actual format of it, I think I'd really appreciate it because we will have other chances for this council to guide the process, right? Okay, so when is that going to be? That
As soon as we get the funding approved, Ryder and his team they'll start working on that. On the whole program.
And then the city council will get to weigh in on that. How do they do that? We just bring it back to council?
Yeah, however the council wants to. If you want to you want to schedule for a future council meeting, if you want to meet one-on-one with Trepepi Smith and talk about that. There's just a lot of different ways. Ryder, do you have any suggestions?
I would welcome the opportunity. We could either do 2-2-1s or we could just do one-on-ones with each council member. And I'd welcome your insights both on preferred modus operandi for reaching out to your various districts or just to make sure I get your kind of firsthand observations on prior efforts to advance a ballot measure and ensuring that we're dotting I's and crossing T's. We would, of course, want to present to you a pretty outlined plan about how we think it's going to go and the best practices we'd recommend. But ultimately, as life will tell you, sometimes things throw you a curveball and you have to make some changes, but we'll have a general plan outlined for you to review. I should also just note, by the way, that FM3 is on the line. They probably are not elevated to a panelist, but if they raise their hand that would be relevant to a particular question, they're happy to, I'm sure, come off mute and answer any questions.
Okay. You know, that's a interesting thing is if we could have one-to-ones with our council, because that's only 5 people, and then you would be coming back with a proposal anyway, and that time as a council, we can interact and talk about all the details. That sounds really good to my mind. And I don't know if we can incorporate it in this motion, but I just don't want us to dive into all the details of this because that could be a half an hour, 45 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious who on staff is overseeing and collaborating with Trepepi and Smith.
Right now, Syra is our primary contact with Trepepi Smith and we route all communications through her.
Perfect. And so since and we still haven't received the agreement from Mercedes, is that correct?
They have not signed the agreement. That's correct.
Okay, so I think for me, I would want to know that before we move forward with any sort of messaging or plan, unless we're having 2 plans. One where we're going to be expecting that the sales tax revenue from Mercedes, and the other plan is where the deal's done. So I'm kind of struggling with that a little bit, especially because members of the community, even the city manager, you have really messaged that, oh, we're going to be relying on that sales tax for the city facilities. So if Mercedes is not coming to Marina, like when are we going to have that definitive answer? And I would expect there would be different messaging, right?
I think, yeah, it might be different. The bottom line is we don't have existing funding right now to build the city facilities. And if we don't have Mercedes, then it even becomes even more critical.
Right. But I mean, in our conversations that we've had, we've talked about maybe that like sort of loan thing and leveraging that sales tax revenue. And so I think it's already out in the community. And I've heard that like, oh, you know, Mercedes is coming. So we're going to have to unmessage that if they're not, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm struggling a little bit with that because I don't necessarily you know, this is a significant amount of money. And are we going to be doing double work? That's what I don't want to see happen.
I think the concern on our end is we need to be starting right now. And if we even wait a few months, we're way behind the curve. What we're trying to do with this, what we learned from last time, is really start to engage our public up front, have a lot of one-on-one meetings, respond to their questions. And this will help us to really get in front of that.
Right. And I agree to that. I'm just curious though, like if a resident says, oh, well, what about all this sales tax revenue coming from Mercedes? How do we respond to that?
We can have the sales tax revenue from Mercedes. They aren't projected to open until 2027. It's down the road. We could have some projections. But a lot of that sales tax revenue will be funding just existing city staff and operations. Honestly, very little would be able to go to facilities.
Sure. Okay. And do we know when we'll have a definitive answer from them?
Don't have it yet, but we're reaching out to them, and we'll definitely come back and update the council as soon as we can get some clear answers.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Manager. I also have some concerns because I see a range from 100,000 to 120,000, and we're only asked to approve the lower end of that, plus the 40,000 for a survey. Who will be keeping track from our staff of the billing, the expenses?
Our wonderful finance department.
So how will we be informed as a council at what level we are at? Because I know if we do one-on-ones, I know there's an hourly fee for that in, I think, 15 minutes increments. And
yeah, we can keep the council updated as much as you want. That won't be a problem.
I would like to see where we're at because I don't know with the other agreement we have. I have no clue how much we have spent already. I haven't really seen a lot of changes yet. Like I was hoping that our website already would be showing more results of this company that is working for us. Still, if I want to find the plans for a future city park, I go online. I cannot find it. How can I expect a resident to find it? So I was hoping, will we see some of those results
Yeah.
pretty soon?
And Ryder can respond to that a little bit. He and his team, Peter Johnson.
They're probably working very hard behind the scenes, but
they're trying to get up to speed.
we want to see something for what we're spending. At least that's what I want to see.
Yeah,
So if we could get some clarification, that would be good.
we can do that. But Ryder, go ahead.
I can't speak specifically to the website edits and changes. I can tell you we work very aggressively on some water project and water messaging work with Lane. We were out, I believe this week, we're doing a big stock photo shoot to provide a bunch of stock imagery and photos to be able to upgrade overall visuals and provide more impact with some of the visuals that are going on. The Peter Johnson and our team, who really runs most of that day-to-day work, is not on this call with me right now. So I don't have all the details about the work that we're doing, but I know we're meeting with you, Lane, every week and working with Syra every week and routing projects through and getting items done. So, but I can't speak to the specifics of what website edits have happened at this point.
Thank you. It doesn't help me a lot, but it only enforces that I'm like, we decide about these agreements and I want to see results. And
water issue. I want to see results for our website.
Will have an update provided at the next council meeting. I'll have Cyra work with their team, an update of exactly what they're working on.
And when we approve this, somebody will keep track and give us regular updates.
Yeah, we can give you if you want.
I love updates. Yes.
Yeah, we can give you monthly updates on that.
Yes. That will be good for me. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I hadn't planned on saying anything, but just in response to Councilmember Vischer, I have noticed a lot of changes. I've noticed the press releases, I've noticed, and I don't know if it's all attributed to Tripepe Smith. So when this update does come back, maybe we can just get some specific information about who they are targeting. You know, the great thing about like social media ads in particular is that they can tell us who's seen it, right? Like not only can they say, oh, we've presented this ad, but they can say 3,000 women in the city of Marina between the ages of 20 and 30 have actually viewed it, right? So maybe just a little bit of that executive level information I think would be helpful. But I have noticed just a lot of outreach, and you know, it's slow, right? It's transitional, but I just kind of want to put it out there that I've certainly noticed it. So I must be in their target demographic, or I doom scroll on Facebook way too often, but I'm seeing quite a bit. So thank you, Mayor.
You bet. Thank you, Brian. Let's go back to Elizabeth. I think you had a.
Yes, I would like to reply because yes, you're right. I did see it more on Nextdoor and Facebook. I must be in their target audience as well. But are those results being shared with our staff, city manager? I mean, we have our own, what is it? Our social media part-time staff member. I'm sure that
They are collaborating, yes.
they are collaborating, so they can also see how many people opened a certain message and how successful it was. Okay, because that will be good to work together because.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
Donna is really good.
I know. See, I agree. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to Councilmember Biala in just a moment. I look at the $100,000 figure that we're being asked to approve in addition to what we've already provided, and this is for additional services specific to where we go with our facilities. And if you think about, there's about 12,000 adults in Marina, that's $8.30 per adult. The 40,000 for the opinion survey, if you divide that by 12,000 adults, it's about $3.33. So I think if we expect this time around to do even better than we did last time, you know, spending $11.60 per adult is not doesn't, it sounds appropriate to me. I do agree with my colleagues that we had high expectations for the first contract with Tripepe, and I'm glad to hear that Councilman McCarthy is seeing some of those results. When they come back with a report, I think we want to know, be reminded, start to finish, what was the work plan and where are we in that, in between that start and finish? Because I think we were talking about every 2 months having a mailer go out to every household on some theme so that people understand all that's happening. But I don't think we've sent out a single mailer in the first 4 or 5 months. So I think we do need to recall what our vision was and how we're meeting that vision. You know, here we are, you know, 4 or so, several months into it. The Mercedes sales tax revenue is substantial. It's, you know, half of 11 million the first 10 years and then 11 million every 10 years after that. And it was proposed to be an important part of reducing the bond or the money that we needed. And so if that's not the case, then we do need to adjust our math. But it's no small, that's the first time tonight I heard that $11 million every decade from now on would mainly be going to maintenance of what we're already doing. I was thinking it as a new source of money that came to us about a year ago, as far as, you know, us knowing it was even out there. And there's a new hotel coming on, and we have the UUT, and we have the 13 potential million that we could use from Preston Park. So all of that's kind of in play and has to add up to a sum that equals what we need for our new facilities. So if Mercedes is part or not part of that, it seems like it does affect the math. And if it was never intended to affect the math, then we need that confirmed too, you know, in numbers, in writing. I'm looking at this document under this paragraph under background where it says tours, public meetings,
Citizen Advisory Committee, administration. There's a lot there that we're going to get for the $8.30 per adult. If we expect to do this right, I don't think you can do it for less than $8.30 per adult. That's a lot of workload that has to happen, as our city manager said, in a fairly short period of time to do it better this time as far as public outreach. So I'm very much in favor of this $140,000. I am a little concerned that we're going to be short when the analysis, I think Elizabeth, Councilmember Vischer pointed out 100 to 120,000. We're authorizing 100,000 tonight. So Lane, can you speak to that discrepancy?
I was trying to be conservative there, but I'm sure that, my thought was if we get next year towards the end and we need more money, that we could come back to the council and ask more. But if you want to just put the additional 20,000 now.
Yeah, I'd rather feel the pain now and not spend it with some good news later that we're under budget. But coming back and closer to a campaign with another request for another money, we're just putting ourselves out there for, the kinds of objections we might get. So I will motion that we approve the 1, 2, 3 steps outlined here in the request, and only change it in number 1 to authorize an additional 120,000, up to an additional 120,000. Okay, Councilmember Biala?
Well, I was going to make a motion, but since you made the motion and it's been seconded, can we add with a direction to the staff to have monthly updates on contract expenditures compared to a workplace with a workplace agenda, what do you call it?
Work plan.
Calendar, yeah, my work plan with timelines.
Okay, so I'll just withdraw my motion and let you start over because you had a friendly amendment that probably needs to be reread.
Okay,
anyway.
see, to consider adopting to adopt the resolution authorizing additional funding of $120,000 for the existing professional services agreement with Trepepi Smith and Associates for community engagement, education, and outreach for constructing city facilities and potential funding strategies, with direction to staff to have monthly updates on contract expenditures compared to a work plan with timelines. Not compared to, how do we say that?
And it also included.
To also include a work plan with timelines.
Okay, is there a second for that?
I'll second. And then I just kind of have a comment is to city manager is monthly. Does that sound like what would work well? Or, I mean, I'm just wondering if quarterly might be better, just because by the time, I mean, we may only have one meeting in a month, and I guess maybe that's a question to the motion maker. Would you be willing to change it to quarterly or bi-monthly?
I think bi-monthly, because we're only looking at a year
Okay.
or more,
Yeah.
14 months.
And I'd like to second that.
Bi-monthly, yeah.
All right, so does everyone understand the motion on the floor? Yes. Brian, where's the new McCarthy on here? Yes. We expected clarity at the motion time, like getting
Just to
Guido
be
up.
clear,
We're very clear.
Crystal clear. So is this the motion on the screen? Okay, and is this produced by Guido? Melinda, thank you.
Those are internal changes we were working on to get more clarity.
Thank you, Brian.
On options.
Can you come to closed session?
And just to be clear, does the resolution include numbers 2 and 3?
Yes. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I missed that.
You don't have to retype them, but I think they.
Right, so
include 2 and
including
3, yeah.
2 and 3 of the request.
Linda's
Okay.
under pressure. No typos, Linda. Okay, is council satisfied with the motion? Ready to vote? Okay, all right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Couple of house cleaning items, Monterey County Mayor Association, they canceled King City this past Friday due to lack of quorum. Next month, the mayors will be in Marina, first Friday in November. And we're thinking, Shep, it'll be at Brass Tap. I sent you an email to confirm that they have enough room for us, probably outside. Oh, about 10 minutes ago. Well, that's a lot more difficult. That has to be catered. We'll go to a restaurant other than that if that can't work. Okay, council reports on meetings and conferences attended. Council? Okay. All right, we're going to go to closed session now to pick up where we left off.
Recording stopped.